Hello and welcome to the Hot Shop. Today in the Hot Shop we have Lauren Iida. Lauren's a paper and intricate paper cutting artist. You'll see some of her work as you walk into the Hot Shop. Her work explores themes of memory, displacement, and resilience through the lens of her family's incarceration during World War II. Often, when she has community engagements, she'll create memory nets. And memory nets that she creates consist of adding objects that people hold dear, and she'll use her X-Acto knife to add items into the memory net. So today we're going to be creating items that are from the memory net, items such as pop cans and wishbones and socks. And so I'll let you guys know exactly what they will start making when they get started. My name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the day. And if you have questions, feel free to ask. So the memory net that she just laid out invites audience to contribute symbolic objects and stories, weaving individual memories into collective tapestries. Ida's work is currently on long-term exhibition at Tacoma Art Museum, and that's known as Echoes of the Floating World, curated by Kenji Stoll, and at the Wing Luke Museum, Lost and Found Searching from Home. And currently, Lauren resides in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma. Lauren's here on the right side of the hot shop. She'll be working with the hot shop until tomorrow. Artists applied to work with this team of glass artists to be able to bring their visions to life through glass. You don't have to be a glass artist to apply to an artist residency here at the museum. And so, as you can see, we have a paper cutting artist. Her paper cut was then translated and silkscreened into high fire decals. So we're able to place her illustrations onto the glass by firing them onto the surface. Think of like a stick and peel tattoo. Kind of similar to that process, not the same, but similar. We'll lay this on some blank glass that we made yesterday. And then once we lay this on the surface of the glass, they'll be able to form any shape they'd like after we put this onto what we call a blank, which technically is just a bubble that was made yesterday. So, on the left side of the hot shop, the process starts by dipping into the furnace. The furnace is here in the hot shop, hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass that rests at 2,100 degrees. When she comes out of the furnace, you'll see that that glass looks orange. That's only because it's hot. All of the glass within the furnace is clear. When it cools down, you'll see that it's clear. Thank you. And then she'll go to the bench and use her tools that are designed for the process. Currently, she's using a block. This is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water, and it helps stabilize that molten hot glass she just gathered up. They're gonna move to the middle when they're done starting the piece on the left side of the hot shot. So they're gonna move over this way. You'll be able to see them. The first item that we're going to create out of the memory net this morning will be a hollow dog bone. And let's just say it'll take, just in case you're wondering, let's say it'll take about 1 hour to create. That steel pipe, it's not the best conductor of heat, but it will start to get warm. So they'll take it over to the pipe cooler to cool it down where they need to grip the rod. They'll go in and out of the reheating chamber during this process to keep the glass nice and hot. The reheating chambers in front of the benches are designed only to reheat the glass, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. It's important that the glass stays above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock. So the dog bone is significant because when the Japanese people were given just a short amount of time to be displaced from where they lived, they had to leave their dogs behind. And so that is symbolic of what the dog bone is that we're creating today. We'll also create a pear because that also is symbolic of the fruit farm. So Lauren's family, when they were incarcerated or taken from their land, they were taken from a pear farm. So we'll also have pears being created today. He'll go into that reheating chamber, and at the bench there, they'll manipulate the shape with the tools, the special tools designed for the process. It's hard to re- So with that tiny torch there, that hot torch, he'll concentrate the heat directly where he wants it to be super soft so he can manipulate the shape. We're making a dog bone currently in the hot shop. It's a hollow dog bone. Lauren Iida here is our visiting artist. Her work is all in relation to her ancestors. Let me read it to you properly. Her ancestors lost everything when they were forcibly removed during the mass incarceration of over 120,000 Japanese people of Japanese descent during World War II. Stripped of their rights, possessions, and freedom, the incarcerated Japanese continued creating impeccably designed, artful, utilitarian objects as they have for centuries, increasingly attempted attempts at cultural erasure and censorship threaten the memory of this American human rights violation. So this compelled her to develop her ephemeral cut objects into artifacts made from timeless, durable substrates such as glass. So he's creating a transfer point for the dog bone. He used a tungsten to drill into the glass. And so what they'll do is they'll connect the transfer point so they can take this dog bone off the initial pipe they started on, transfer it onto another rod that has access to blow into the bone so we can reinforce the bubble when we shape the bone on the opposite side. And I'd let you guys wonder. So now put a little water on the surface of the glass after that connection point cools down a little. He'll put water on the connection point, on the surface of the glass. Thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the rod, it'll release the dog bone. Whenever he taps at the glass like that, it's because a little shard fell into the piece, and so he's just making sure that the little shard of glass comes out. So now that you see the glass glowing that really pretty orange color, that indicates it's super hot and soft, so he's able to clean up the shape to the desired design he would like. He's using corks to shape the glass. The corks are just the same material that we find on top of a bottle of wine. It's great for shaping. It doesn't reduce the heat quickly, and it leaves a soft touch on the surface of the glass. And then back into the reheating chamber to flash the body of the piece. We're going to continue to make different items from the memory net today in the hot shop. Lauren Iida is our visiting artist through Friday here at Museum of Glass, and she is creating items from her memory net here on the ground. So now Sarah is suited up to prepare to catch this piece off the end of the rod. Those mittens she has on will protect her skin from physically being burned, but she can still feel the heat of the piece. The piece is closer to 2,000 degrees at this point of the process. A little water on the surface of the glass, thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, she'll catch the piece and place it into the annealing oven. And then into the oven she'll go. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Lauren Iida and the Hot Shop team, everyone. The glass has to rest in this furnace, in this annealing oven, where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. The process will start by dipping into the furnace. The furnace here is a large ceramic tank full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Lauren Iida is a Seattle born Japanese American artist whose practice centers on intricately hand cut paper. Her work explores themes of memory, displacement, and resilience through the lens of her family's incarceration during World War II. By combining traditional kirigami techniques with watercolor washes and contemporary installations, she transforms archival photos, cultural artifacts, and personal stories in her expansive paper installation and permanent public art. Her participatory memory net project invites audience to contribute symbolic objects and stories. Here in the hot shop today, we created a dog bone from the memory net, which was in relation to when her family was put into internment camps and taken from their land. They were not able to take their dogs. And so this dog bone is in homage to the puppies that were left behind. So she gathered some glass and then she blew into the end of the rod to create that void, that hollow space within whatever they'll make next. The glass looks orange only because it's hot. When it cools down, it'll be clear because all of the glass from the furnace is clear. So as he blows into the end of the rod, he'll use his tools at the bench to shape the glass. So with those jacks, he'll carve into the material. Those jacks will help create a weak point in the material to be able to remove this piece from the initial pipe to a transfer rod to work on the opposite side. So now we're creating a hollow wishbone from out of the memory net. I see it over here on the left side of the memory net. So with those papers, that cloth-like material is a thick stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, and he'll be able to grip the glass and shape it in the direction he wants it to go. It provides him with a very intimate tool for shaping the glass. Even though it's such a simple material, it's great for the process. Can we please see some of Lauren's past works? So Lauren's ancestors lost everything when they were forcibly removed during the mass incarceration of over 120 people of Japanese descent during World War II. Stripped of their rights, possessions, and freedoms, the incarcerated Japanese continued creating impeccably designed, artful, utilitarian objects, as they have for centuries. Increasingly, attempts at cultural erasure and censorship threaten the memory of this American human right violation. This compels her to develop her ephemeral cut paper objects into artifacts made from timeless, durable substrates such as glass. Her work explores themes of memory, displacement, and resilience through the lens of her family's incarceration during World War II. She combines traditional kirigami techniques with watercolor washes and contemporary installations. She transforms archival photographs, cultural artifacts, and personal stories into expansive paper installations and permanent public art. You can see some of her work currently on long-term exhibition at Tacoma Art Museum, Echoes of the Floating World, curated by Kenji Stoll, and at Wing Luke Museum, Seattle, Lost and Found, Searching for Home. And Lauren currently resides in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma, Washington. My name's Emily, and if you all have questions, feel free to ask. So now we'll connect a transfer rod to the top portion of the wishbone. When that transfer rod cools down a bit, he'll be able to release the glass from the initial blowpipe. We have to transfer pieces to be able to work on opposite sides of the work. The papers he's using are just a folded up stack of newspaper that have been soaked in water. Now we'll start to create the bottom portion of the bone and split it in two. We're making a wishbone. It'll probably take about 40 more minutes or so in case you're wondering. So those tools that he just used to cinch the end of this wishbone, those tools are great for carving and shaping the glass. So now with those jacks, he's going to cinch the material with those. So with that steel, when it touches the hot glass, it chills into the surface of the glass, and the glass holds memory. So when they go back into the reheating chamber, this will function as a seam he'll cut. So it won't get hot enough to remelt it back into the hollow shape it was before it came out. That reheating chamber is about 2,300 degrees, and it's designed to keep the glass nice and hot during the process. And then with his shears, he'll cut to separate the opposite pieces of the wishbone. That torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees, and that'll just help him clean up where he cut the glass. Whenever you cut glass, it becomes very sharp due to, I believe, the crystal portion of the glass. And so he's curing it so it's softer. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the Hot Shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. So you can always watch what's happening. Just don't try to watch on a Monday or a Tuesday. We're closed. So as he pulls, he preheated that portion of the material to get it nice and hot so it's really soft so he is able to stretch it out. They have to go in and out of the reheating chamber during the process to keep the glass nice and hot. It needs to stay above 1,000 degrees during the process to prevent thermal shock. Artists apply to work with the team of hot shop artists you see here. They're the core team of artists that have been working with the museum for over 20 years now. And so they collectively, there are two more members. There's somebody that grinds the glass as a cold worker. And that part of the process you don't typically see a ton. It's a cold shop behind the hot shop. And that is how the additional bits that don't belong on the glass when you disconnect it from the pipe get grinded away. And then we have another artist that or he's a tech, so he makes sure that all of the items here in the hot shop run properly, all of the ovens and the furnaces. So collectively, over all of the team has over 120 years of experience about the knowledge about the process, knowledge about the material, and so when artists come, they're able to watch their ideas be brought to life through the medium. The corks he's using are just a large part of, a large portion of cork, similar to what you find on top of a wine bottle. And they're ideal for shaping the glass because they don't extract the heat quickly, which gives him more time to shape. And they leave a soft finish on the surface of the glass. So now, as we are getting closer to finishing this wishbone, we have to take it off the pipe and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. He'll put a little water on the surface of the glass, thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, it'll release the wishbone from the end of the rod. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. And it'll rest in that annealing oven overnight to prevent thermal shock. And in just a moment, they'll do it all again. We are creating the items out of the memory net that Lauren created. This memory net, they hold objects from the past, and usually she'll use it as a community engagement tool to allow people to come and place their ideas into this net as well, objects that they hold near and dear. And she cuts all, because she's a paper cutting artist, she cuts all of this out with an X-Acto knife. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we just put away a wishbone from out of the memory net here on the ground. Lauren Iida is our visiting artist in the Hot Shop this week through Friday. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll let you know exactly what we're doing next, but in the meantime, I'll tell you a little bit more about Lauren and her work. On the big screen there, you'll see her memory net and the little buoy that's inside of the case when you walk in. So, the blown glass Bindama, the Japanese fishing net buoys migrated across the Pacific along the same route as her grandfather in 1906. As a teenager in the 1970s, her father found an intact Bindama while beachcombing at Neah Bay. When he gifted the Bindama to Lauren, she was immediately captivated by the unfathomable journey and the beauty of its form and simultaneous durability and the fragility of glass, which led her to apply to this residency. As you can see on the big screen, Lauren is a paper cutting artist and intricately hand paper cut items. Her work explored themes of memory, displacement, and resilience through the lens of her family's incarceration during World War II. By combining the traditional kirigami techniques with the watercolor washes and contemporary installation, she transforms archival photographs, cultural artifacts, and personal stories into expansive paper installations and permanent public art. Her participatory Memory Net project invites audience to contribute symbolic objects and stories, weaving individual memories into collective tapestries. Ida's work is currently on long-term exhibition at Tacoma Art Museum, which is Echoes of the Floating World, curated by Kenji Stoll, and at Wing Luke Museum, Seattle, Lost and Found, Searching for Home. She currently resides in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma, and she's here bringing items from the memory net out of paper into glass with the Hot Shop team. The process starts by taking a steel rod and dipping it into the furnace. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The furnaces here in the Hot Shop hold those silver tanks with the doors on the front, hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. After you gather a few bits of glass at the end, so after you dip into that furnace multiple times, you'll blow into the end of the rod, creating a bubble. So they've already done that. We're past that point. And then we'll reheat the glass in the reheating chamber. That chamber rests at 2,300 degrees. That allows us to keep the glass nice and soft to manipulate the shape at the bench. We created a dog bone, a wishbone, and now we'll make a fish skeleton. I'll let you guys know exactly the of the process, step by step, what they're doing. And again, my name's Emily, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. So that cork material he'll use to shape the glass is just a large portion of cork. It's great for shaping because it leaves a soft touch on the finish of the material and it doesn't extract the heat quickly. So now he'll connect a transfer rod to be able to take the top portion of the fish off of the end of this rod. The fish head will be parked in the garage, and then they'll make the other parts. When we make an item that has multiple parts, it has to be created in every segment, and then placed together. So whenever we want to extract glass from the glass, he heated up that certain area and then she'll pull away from it. We're just making it thin so he can create the eye void, so the eyeball hole. So we rest the head of the fish in the garage, and that's a place where we can hold items at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process. The garage has a cool side and a hot side. The cool side's 800 degrees, and the hot side's 1,000 degrees. For glass, that's cool. For us, that's hot. And so it'll rest there. It's high enough in temperature to where it'll hold it, but not hot enough in heat to where it'll melt it. And the process will start again. They're going to create all the hollow pieces of the fish and then stick them together. So it has to be done part by part due to the bones between the head and the tail. And so what that process looks like is dipping into the furnace and gathering up some glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. When they come out of the furnace, the glass is orange because it's hot. But when it cools down, all of the glass within the furnace is clear. Thank you. And as you all know, Lauren Iida is here as a visiting artist through Friday. This memory net on the ground it highlights the intricate paperwork that she does, paper cutting. She's a paper cutter, and with her X-Acto knife, she places items up from that the community they talk about, and this is a community engagement work. The net and the items within the net all come from the people. So the bone part will be solid glass, and with that cloth-like material, it's a stack of folded up newspaper. He's able to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. So this will be the spine, which leads to the tail. He's cutting the tail portion of the fish skeleton. They have to go in and out of that reheating chamber to keep the glass above a certain temperature to prevent thermal shock. So that's why they keep going in and out of that chamber there. It rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. Hello and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. We are creating a fish bone today in the Hot Shop. So, for my youth visitors in the audience, we have a program here that when you walk into the Grand Hall, you'll see the kids design glass pieces as well as within the art alley. So, can we see the kids design glass slide? So, be sure to take a kids design glass form home with you. And if you submit a form, as long as you're 12 and under, you'll be able to submit your drawing with an entry form, and the Hot Shop team will choose a monthly winner. And then when they choose the winner, they'll call you and your family and they'll invite you back if you're selected. And two copies will be created, one for the museum and one for you to take home with your family. So the items you see within the art alley as well as in the entrance of the Hot Shop, those items are all designed by kids just like you guys. Thanks. So if you look to the left of the hot shop, he just gathered up some glass out of the furnace. This is where all the molten glass is held. When it gets into this environment and you rotate it on the chill, cold tables, it starts to stiffen up. It starts in the furnace like honey, and when we come out, it's nice and ooey and gooey and soft. But when we stabilize it, it'll stiffen up and become more like, well, it just becomes chilled glass. So he's going to continue to bring bits which will function as the rib cage of the fish. We're making a fish here on the hot shop floor. Well, the skeleton of a fish, I should say. Our visiting artist, Lauren Iida, places these items within the memory net. And now in glass, she's a paper cutting artist, but she'll make the items from the memory net in glass while she's here with us through Friday. It's really important that that connection point he's torching stays nice and hot during the process. That portion goes of the rod goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first. So that's why he hits it with a fluffy torch. That torch gets up to about 2,500 degrees, so it's just as hot as the reheating chamber. So we are going to transfer this fish skeleton body off of the end of this pipe. So then we will be able to have access to the top of the skeleton. We already created his head, and we have to put the head back onto the top of the fish's body. You have to create the parts separately and then combine them during the process, because that's just a great way to do it. That's one great way to create a fish skeleton. So you'll see on the left side of the hot shop, he's making a special connection point to be able to fit the tail of the fish. So now he'll get that connection point nice and hot, and then they'll take the fish head out of the garage. Sarah is standing in front of the garage, and that silver oven is where we park pieces to be reworked into the process. They're held at a steady temperature, but we want the glass to glow a really pretty orange color, so then that way we know that it's super hot, very sticky. So after this piece, we will take a lunch break, and then we'll come back in about 1 hour and do it all again until 5 o'clock. So now they're going to prepare to remove the fish from the end of the rod and place it into the annealing oven where it has to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So put a little water on the surface of the glass, and when he taps the rod, it'll release the fish. Thermal shock will set in. We'll tap it. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up, Lauren Iida and the Hot Shop team. So now we'll take a lunch break, and we'll see you guys in just a few. About 1 hour, we'll be back to do it all again.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the organic, those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses 2 pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things, where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balcony, sir.
The The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Holding. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Good.
Okay.
Well, about a happy check?
Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup?
Yes.
I'm not at yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum. From developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept more. I'm gonna need some ramage. Ramming.
Call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it?
This is right now.
Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still straight, it's straight here and straight here, but it's a little funky in there. And then you're still using those traditional techniques Marini and cane, and then the Incamo technique, but trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the blue background, is that cane? Is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so opaque color. So the first one, I think, type effect. And then also like planning to like, how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, there are facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We're trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gathers. If you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll get better.
Exactly. And so for poles, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
polished thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
James.
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the WWII Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could, at any given day, walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like radicello and merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the radicello and all the marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative object because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I've started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learn, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like preteeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hot Shop. As you can see on the big screen there, this is the proposal that Lauren Iida submitted to come and work here in the Hot Shop. She's our visiting artist for the week, so she'll be here with us Wednesday through Friday. Lauren is an intricate paper cutting artist, and on the ground here is a memory net. The items within this memory net involve items from the community. It's a community engagement effort, and they tell her what they'd like to see within the memory net, and she will sculpt it out using her X-Acto knife. So, Lauren, well, how about we just keep her photos up there, and then when they get started, yeah, great. So Lauren Iida is a Seattle-based, Seattle-born Japanese-American artist whose practice centers on intricately hand-cut paper. Her work explores themes of memory, displacement, and resilience through the lens of her family's incarceration during World War II. By combining her traditional kirigami techniques with watercolor, washes, and contemporary installations, she transformed archival photographs, cultural artifacts, and personal stories into expansive paper installations and permanent public art. Her participatory memory net project invites audience to contribute symbolic objects and stories, weaving individual memories into collective tapestries. Ida's work is currently on long-term exhibition at Tacoma Art Museum, Echoes of the Floating World, curated by Kenji Stoll, Wing Luke Museum in Seattle, Lost and Found Searching for Home. And now, currently, Lauren resides in the neighborhood, the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma, Washington. My name's Emily. I'll be the MC for the day. And if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I'll let you know exactly what they're doing in the process when they get started. This morning, before lunch, we created, out of the memory net, we created a dog bone, a wishbone, and fish bones. The items within the memory net are symbolic of when the Japanese were incarcerated and taken away from their land, and when they got forced away from where they lived, they didn't have enough time to bring their animals, so the dog bone is symbolic of the dogs that were left behind. They'll continue to make the items that are here in the memory net. And Lauren is here in the jean shirt. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. How about we move the camera over to the far left bench? The furnace is here in the hot shop rest at about 2,100 degrees. They hold molten hot glass. Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As they rotate that steel rod in her hand, she'll come out with a gather of glass. She'll blow into the end of that rod to create a bubble, and this creates the void within the items we make. I don't know which one of the memory net items we're gonna make next, but I'll let you guys know in just a moment. We're going to make a horseshoe next. We're gonna make a horseshoe next, and let's say it'll take about an hour or so. Most items take about an hour. You could do a little less, but we'll say an hour for now, in case you're wondering. When we make an item here in the hot shop, the size of the piece is determined by how many gathers we take. So if you want something super big, you gotta gather a lot. The bubble starts small. The bubble starts small, but we can continue to blow out the mass that we pick up, that we gather at the end of that rod. So now, at the bench, he'll use his tool to cool those outer layers down. The tool is amazing for stabilizing that molten hot glass. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water, and that'll allow us to cool down the outside, create a very even shape, and keep the core hot. So when we blow into the end of the rod, the bubble will expand evenly. So as he uses this tool to carve into the material, he's creating a line of tension. This is a reference point that helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We need to have a really well carved line of tension to be able to take this piece off of the initial pipe to work on other sides, so different access points. Do you guys have any? That cloth-like material he'll use to shape the glass is a stack of folded up newspapers that's been folded into a square and soaked in water. They're great for shaping. It provides a very intimate tool to be able to grip and then guide the glass where you'd like for it to go. So that torch will give a nice preheat to the surface of the glass. When we go into the reheating chamber, that area will go in last and come out first. But the whole thing needs to stay evenly heated throughout, so that's why he hits it with the fluffy torch. That Patty's using is a block, a block of cork. It's great for shaping the glass. It doesn't leave chill marks on the surface, and it doesn't extract heat quickly from the material, and so it's great. It's a great tool to use during the process. I really like when they work in clear glass because typically when they work in color, you can't see the hollow bubble. You can't see how it might be when it cools down overnight because sometimes color, when color's hot, it holds like a different hue visibly. And so taking glass out of the furnace and creating items is awesome when we're able just to use the plain clear glass. He put a little water over the surface of the glass. Thermal shock set in, and when he tapped the pipe, the vibrations released the glass. They transferred this piece because they need to work on the opposite side of the horseshoe. The tools we use for the glassmaking process are designed specifically for glassmaking. Those diamond shears cut in a 360, so in one snip, he's able to have a really clean break. So the memory net on the ground here serves as it's symbolic of the items. I mean, I'm just going to read it to you because it's a really great explanation of a memory net. So in English, we say we've lost a memory. The phrase suggests memory has been dropped, misplaced, but not gone. A memory, a loss, may seem absent in our lives, but still present in some other way. Perhaps in unseen plane of existence, we say we dredge up a memory. The memory sinks, drifts, but with the right line, we might catch it, an object pulled from the deep. And so on the ground here, we have a physical copy of a memory net that Lauren has paper cut out. It's a community engagement tool that she uses to get people involved. And so some of her memories that she has been creating in glass here today are in relation to how her ancestors were incarcerated and then also put into internment camps, the Japanese the Japanese people that were incarcerated after World War II, taken from their homes, removed from their land, and placed into unfair conditions due to being Japanese. And so this morning we did a dog bone because they were not able to take their pets with them. And then we did a wishbone, some fish bones, and right now we're doing a horseshoe. And each item has a symbolic meaning. Those are just what we created. So the memory net is a net cast of all the things that we can't see. And when the light shines through this memory net, you see the shadows, and we can see them, but we still can't hold and touch them, which is very symbolic of when when you are able to remember things that often you lose track of in thought. So the memory net is to cast dredged up objects from homes here and now, and if possible, to bring them to the surface again. In the paper, the loss shows up as it is. In absence, a loss of paper. In the light, the missing paper leaves us with nothing but a cast shadow. Memory objects are snared long enough to make sense of them, but too fragile to touch. So here they're laying, you have to wet the paper just like you wet a tattoo. Lay it on the clear glass. This is how she'll get her illustrations that she carves out of paper into the glass. One way you can do it. Once it's sealed, they'll bring the glass back up to the proper temperature. They can connect it to the end of the rod and then blow that bubble and continue to expand it to a form that she desires. For those of you who are just joining us, Lauren Iida is our visiting artist for the week here in the hot shop, and we're creating a horseshoe. These items that we're creating come from the paper cut here on the ground. This is a memory net of memories that we use the term of I've forgotten, and so we lose our memory sometimes. We can't remember things, but she's created them in a physical form here to help us remember things, right? And so as she's bringing them to life through this net, she also will translate that into glass. We are able to put images into glass by using high fire decal. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Decal. So she put some of her paper cut illustration. So with this rod, he's just poking in the details of the horseshoe, the intricate details that you'd see on a traditional horseshoe. That tiny torch there gets up to about 5,000 degrees, so he's able to concentrate the heat in a specific area and then sculpt into the glass to create designs. That's ideal because you don't want the whole piece to get too hot. You'll lose the integrity of the shape. You'll see she'll concentrate the heat there with that little torch at the connection point of the rod because we don't want that area to get too cold while he's sculpting. That area of the glass is super important. It connects us to the process. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday. If you're ever interested in what's happening here under the cone in the hot shop, you can always watch from the comfort of wherever you are. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org. And now we're going to take this piece off the rod and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. This is a horseshoe. It's one of the items that come out of the memory net. The memory net is here on the ground. Lauren created this net. She's a paper cutting artist, an intricate paper cutting artist, and so she created this net as a community engagement project, and all of this is cut by hand with an X-Acto knife. So now they'll cinch that connection point and then they'll lay water over the surface of the glass. So put a little water over the surface of the glass. So when he taps the pipe, it'll release the piece. Let's give them a big round of applause. Lauren Iida and the Hot Shop team. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And in just a moment, they'll do it all again from the beginning so you can see how they start. We just put a piece away, but they'll get started again in just a moment. We are creating pieces out of the memory net. The memory net is, in English, this is from Lauren. Lauren is our visiting artist. In English, we say, "We've lost a memory." The phrase suggests memory loss has been dropped, misplaced, but not gone. A memory, a loss, may seem absent in our lives, but still present in some other way. Perhaps an unseen plane of existence, we say we dredge up a memory. The memory sinks, drifts, but the right line, we might catch it, an object pulled from the deep. And so this memory net consists of other people casting items into the net, and she's a paper cutting artist, so she she hands X-Acto knife cut out all of these memories. So she's taking memories from the net and putting them into glass. This morning we worked on, or this afternoon we just put away a horseshoe. We created a wishbone. We created a fish bone, fish skeleton, a dog bone. And the dog bone was in reference to her heritage. So she's a Japanese-born American whose practice centers on intricately hand-cut paperwork. Her work explores themes of memory, displacement, and resilience through the lens of her family's incarceration during World War II. So when these families were incarcerated, they only had such a small amount of time to leave home. And so they couldn't bring their pets with them. So the dog bone is symbolic of the animals that were left behind. Yeah. So this is a reality that she lives with, and so she's bringing it to us through a different medium. And then she's translating her paper cut work into illustrations that were made out of high fire enamel. And it's like a tattoo. It's like a sticky tattoo. So she placed that onto bubbles. These are bubbles that we created yesterday. They're going to pick these bubbles back up with the enamel on the surface, and then they can blow it out to create shapes. And that's one way that she's able to then weave her practice into the glass, because she's not a glass artist, she's a paper artist. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace to gather up some glass. She blew into the end of that rod to create a bubble within the space. That bubble is the way that we get hollow that hollow space within the, like a cup or a bowl. I'll let you guys know what we're gonna create next. The furnace is here in the hot shop, hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. And when you come out, it's orange because it's hot. When it cools down, all of the glass in the furnace is clear. My name is Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. So now we've moved on to the duck bunny. With this tool here, he'll carve into the material, which will help shape the glass. And with the papers, this is a thick stack of newspaper that's been folded up and soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. And then he'll use these jacks here, this tool, these large blades, to carve into the material. When you carve into the material, it makes the glass weak, but that's an important part of the process to be able to remove the duck bunny's head from the rod when we need to take it off. So he has to use that torch to get the glass nice and soft, so then when they reheat it, it gets super duper soft. It's a good preheat. We're making a duck bunny now. The duck bunny's on the ground there. So with those corks, he'll shape the glass. The corks are the same material that you use on a wine bottle. And they're ideal for the process because when you're shaping, you don't want the heat to be extracted quickly. And so the corks are ideal because they don't extract heat very fast, and they leave a soft finish on the surface of the glass. They have to go in and out of the reheating chamber during the process to keep the glass nice and hot. It needs to stay above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock, or else it'll start to crack. That reheating chamber rests at 2,300 degrees during the process. That little torch he has there gets up to about 5,000 degrees, which then allows him to be able to concentrate the heat at a specific area so he can manipulate the shape. When the glass starts to glow orange, that indicates it's super hot, very, very soft, and he can enhance the shape after heating it. He's making bunny, a bunny duck, a duck bunny. It's probably an imaginary character, or it could be a stuffed animal, or it's one of the items out of the memory net here on the ground. The memory net, I'll tell you guys a little bit more about it. Lauren Iida is our visiting artist here in the hot shop. And her memory net she cut out by hand. It's a paper cut. She's an intricate paper cutting artist, and the memory net is to cast dredged up objects from homes here and now, and if possible, to bring them to the surface. In the paper, the loss shows up as it is, absent a loss of paper. In the light, the missing paper leaves us with nothing but a cast shadow. Memory objects are snared long enough to make sense of them, but too fragile to touch. In English, we say we've lost a memory. The phrase suggests memory has been dropped, misplaced, but not gone. A memory loss may seem absent in our lives, but still present in some other way. Perhaps on an unseen plane of existence, we say we dredge up a memory. The memory sinks, drifts, but with the right line, we might catch it, an object pulled up from the deep. And so this memory net is of different items from people that it's used as a community engagement tool. So you can tell her items that you love, and she will hand sculpt them into the memory net. I was wondering how it tied into her work. A lot of her work explores themes of memory displacement and resilience through the lens of her family incarceration during World War II. By combining traditional origami techniques with watercolor washes and contemporary installations. She transforms archival photographs, cultural artifacts, and personal stories into expansive paper illustrations and permanent public art. So I thought it had to do with the relation of her family's incarceration, her Japanese American heritage during World War II. So I asked her, is this memory net about the fishermen? And she's like, no. It's about those invisible memories we've lost that we carry with us. Can we see some of Lauren's past works? You'll be able to see Lauren's work. It's on long-term exhibition at Tacoma Art Museum, Echoes of the Floating World, curated by Kenji Stoll. It's also at Wing Luke Museum, Lost and Found, Searching for Home in Seattle. This is her proposal. The fish float her dad found in the podium when you walked in, the fish float her dad found and gifted to her inspired her to come and work at the Museum of Glass and create items in glass through paper. And you can learn more about her at LaurenIida.com or at Lauren Iida Studio on Instagram. Artists applied to this residency to work with the team to bring their ideas to life through glass. You don't have to be a glass artist to apply to this residency. You can be a paper artist, just like Lauren. So now we have to work on the opposite side of the piece. So they're going to so he's created a transfer rod to be able to capture the piece, move it from the initial pipe we started on, to transfer it and to clean up the opposite side of the duck bunny. So he'll heat the area that he would like to get super hot so he can enhance the shape with these torches at the bench. Then they'll give the body of the piece a flash in the reheating chamber. This is like a preheat, so then when they flash the whole thing, it'll get super soft. And now we'll prepare to take this piece off the end of the rod and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. A little water on the surface of the glass. And thermal shock will set in. When he taps the pipe, the glass will release itself from the end of the rod. And we'll give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. It's Lauren Iida and the Hot Shop team. Thank you guys for hanging out with us here today in the Hot Shop. We're just doing a little prep work for tomorrow. If you all are very interested in what's happening here under the cone in the hot shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. under the program tab. Under the hot shop tab at museumofglass.org. And if you can watch what's happening here in the hot shop from the comfort of wherever you are. We'll make one more blank, and the blanks are what Lauren is putting her high fire decals on the surface of. Blanks are just bubbles detached from the rod to be able to enhance the surface with designs that are not hot, cold design application. And then we refire that by placing it into this oven here. We bring this oven up to temp, which will then fire the decals onto the surface of the glass. So the process will start by using these steel rods and heating them up in this chamber. And then she'll dip into the furnace to gather up some glass and blow out a bubble. He's currently heating up a bar of color. This bar of color is what changes the surface color of the glass. It's not orange, it'll just look orange because it's hot. So we added a little color over the surface of the tiny bubble when we blew into the end of the rod at the beginning. And now they gathered some more glass over that little color overlay. So color bar is one way we're able to apply color to the surface of the glass. And so that's why some of these cups are blue and some are this really pretty amber color. So now when they blow it out, you'll kind of be able to see the color that they laid over that clear bubble. In just a moment, we'll just let them blow it out and we'll see what color it might be when it cools tomorrow. With that block, he'll go in and he'll cool the glass and shape it. Pay attention, she'll blow into the end of the rod to expand the bubble. So he'll carve into the end of the glass there. This will help pull that bubble away from the end of the rod. Carving into the glass is what allows us to remove the piece from the end of the rod. It creates a weak point in the material. Oh. These will actually be toppers for the urns. I forgot that those were urns on the podium that they made yesterday. So she's gonna have a top for the urns. So now when they're finished, they'll put the top of the urn away. And then we'll be all done for the day. It's Lauren Iida and the Hot Shop team. And tomorrow we'll be back to do it all again. So now we'll tap it off of the pipe. She'll catch it and we'll place it into the oven. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. Lauren Iida and the Hot Shop team. And that is it for the day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass, and we hope to see you again another day. Have a great evening.